जा रही हैं। हाँ प्लीज चेक करके जल्दी सॉल्व करो, हम तो ज़्यादा ब्रेक हैगा ताकि लेक्चर शुरू हो जाए। ठीक है वही करम लगे सर दोबारा करेंगे कनेक्ट नहीं रही है क्या नहीं आ रहा है
हाँ जी वो है जी खुली हुई है। स्विच कर लेंगे। ठीक है करे रहेंगे। रोमिंग है रोमिंग होती है। हाँ जी हेलो हेलो ओके बाहर जाके थोड़ी बार हेलो 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 मैं बहुत
हेलो 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 माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो हेलो माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 हेलो
11 बजे तो लेक्चर खत्म होना चाहिए था।
ओके
इसका सेकंड लेक्चर मैं आपका ऐसे करके रखा है ना। अच्छा तुम्हारा तो नहीं करना भी मैं लेना था मैं ले गया। नहीं आज ऊपर हाँ चाह चल रही है ना तुझे आपको उससे पीला नहीं था हाँ चाह भी आ गई आ जाओ उससे आ जाओ
प्रोजेक्टर तो तुम्हें बता रहा
जी बढ़िया सब नमस्कार।
जो स्टेट ऑफिशियल है पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी से डॉक्टर आदिया हमारे दो बच्चा और बैक प्लीज हमारे टीचर आज पूरे हो गए सारे लो चल हाँ जी ओहो मैंने भेजा है अच्छा ओके ओके
गौर सर कब पहुंचे?
पहला वाले चल हैं
अच्छा
ऑनलाइन वाले थोड़ा पा रहे
कल तो 8:30 बजे गई थी। हम चल पड़ा।
अब नया लिस्ट भेज दिया
अच्छा ऑनलाइन भी बैठे हैं।
हाँ जी हाँ जी जस्ट लिंक भेजा है इमीडिएटली सर्कुलेट कर दो
कर दिया सर, भेज दिया
नया लिंक
नया वाला।
हाँ ठीक है 3S वाला और हाँ बस वो स्टूडेंट को कोच ऐसे जल्दी आए
हाँ
तो ये करता नहीं तो उसकी कहूँगा तो खत्म करता नहीं। बहुत बढ़िया सर ठीक ठाक मौजा तुसी कदों आए? अच्छा सवेरे
सर कंटिन्यू करते हैं लेक्चर ते वी विल बी हैप्पी नहीं सर तुझे बैठना तो प्लीज बैठो हाँ जी थैंक यू सर थैंक यू
वेरी नाइस टू सी यू सर माय प्लेजर।
वातावरण से धुंध छट गई है अब हम फोरेंसिक एंथ्रोपोलॉजी की बात करेंगे हाँ पर फोरेंसिक क्या नहीं है वो मेरे को मालूम है
That is also in Bangalore, medical college. There was one madam, Sindhi,
मैंगलोर वो की नाम था मेरी अपने बाजी की लेडी आई थी
मेरे टेलीफोन
मैं अभी बता सकता हूँ
मैडम वासवान
मीना वासवान
yes
वो नहीं आई
she is the chairperson
वो फोरेंसिक मेडिसिन की है।
हाँ फोरेंसिक मैं तो बात कर रहा हूँ फोरेंसिक एंथ्रोपोलॉजी
हाँ जरूर ठीक है वो तो बहुत
फोरेंसिक एंथ्रोपोलॉजी बड़ी है शुरू तो मेरी बात से पहले डॉक्टर वाले करते रहे
वो तो हिस्ट्री में बताना नहीं जाता था ना फिर लंबा हो जाता केस
डॉक्टर वाले करते रहे
उन्होंने क्या किया मैं आपको बात बताता हूँ।
फिर फ्रेंसी मेडिसिन करते रहे
7-8 साल पहले
पहले डॉक्टर वाले करते रहे फिर फैंसी मेडिसिन करते रहे कभी फैंसी मेडिसिन और डॉक्टर वाले करते रहे
हाँ हाँ ऐसे करते हैं सर, सुनो सही कि उन्होंने क्या किया 7-8 साल पहले कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन था मेडिसिन साइंस एंड लॉ में, स्टेटस ऑफ फोरेंसिक एंथ्रोपोलॉजी इन इंडिया, उन्होंने उसके अगेंस्ट लेटर लिखी मीना वासवानी ने और एक बंदे ने। मैंने ये लिखा था कि देयर इज नो कोर्स रनिंग एज सच इन इंडिया। वो कहते थे कोर्स इज देयर, यही लेटर थी। क्या किया उन्होंने?
मैंने यही बोला,
2 बंदे को बुलाते हैं वो,
आप लेट थे, आपके लिए
साल
पहले केवल की दो ना गौड़ की हाँ गौड़ के बाद इंट्रोडक्शन है ना
मेरी याद है
करोगे शुरू करो कोई बात
Welcome back, everyone. Before we start with our lecture series, I would like to request the poster presenters, those who are presenting the posters, please submit your posters near the poster presentation area at the end of this corridor. Now we begin our much anticipated lecture series. I have the pleasure to introduce a famous personality in forensic science as well as a respected specialist, Dr. JR Gaur. Dr. Gaur obtained his Master's of Science degree in Physical Anthropology and earned a PhD from the Punjab University, Chandigarh. His commendable journey started in 1978 with the State Forensic Science Laboratory, Haryana, and moved on to significant positions such as Director in State Forensic Science Laboratory in Himachal Pradesh, as well as Principal Scientific Officer in Bureau of Police Research and Department, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Dr. Gaur holds the degree for holds the record for examination of most crime cases in India, totaling over 13,000. In addition, he has investigated 650 crime scenes, provided expert testimony in 264 cases, and authored multiple publications in global recognized journals, books, and encyclopedias. The lecture he conducted over the radio and television to help educating people in the forensic science discipline sum up to 53. He also authored 11 books and 6 chapters. The Union Home Minister's National Award, the Forensic Science Excellence National Award, the Bharat Gaurav Award, and the Home Minister's Lifetime Achievement Award are some of the awards he received due to his outstanding services. Dr. Gaur is working as the Chief Mentor and Emeritus Resource Faculty at the School of Forensics, Risk Management and National Security at Rashtriya Raksha University, where he continues his professional engagement with forensic professionals and law enforcement agencies across the globe. It is an honor for us to have such a great personality with us today. So let us welcome Dr. JR Gaur over the stage.
देखियो रोबिन
Good morning to you. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. This is forensic anthropology in the service of administration of justice, actual cases. What I will be talking to you about. And at the very outset, let me tell you that I started my journey of entering forensic science just after having passed my MSc. And what happened at that time? I appeared for an interview in Haryana Forensic Science Laboratory. The interview board asked me, Dr. Gaur, 500 cases of aging and sexing of human skeletons are pending in this laboratory. How much time will you take to dispose of those cases? I said, 6 months, sir. Kehta, you look here, you are committing 500 cases in 6 months, which our scientists were unable to do for the last 2 years. I said, nothing doing, sir, I do. I work days and nights. and I examined all the 500 cases before the completion of 6 months. And you will be very happy to know, within 1 year, I was promoted to the next post. And after 1 year, I was selected through Haryana Public Service Commission in the class 1 post in Haryana Forensic. This is the impact of what I would suggest you, or what I am suggesting you. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam always stated, His Excellency the ex-President of India, that do something which everybody is not doing. लीक से हटके करो, जो भी करो, अच्छा करो, लीक से हटके करो. You will get prominence, eminence, and excellence. So, with all these words, I will take very little time, Dr. D'Souza. Don't be afraid of that things have got delayed. But I'm very sorry to say and state before you all students that I was asked by Dr. D'Souza to reach here at 9. I was here at 8:45. And you students depend upon Google, depend upon your mobile, and you always put alarms so that you get awakened. Ladies and gentlemen, the only time is in our hands, that how much time we take to complete a job and how much we honor time. What I would say, the person who does not honor time is either above human being or something below human being. So remember my words. I am very, you can say, such a person who even did not spare judges in my class. I used to say, get out, you are very early for the next class. So, I am sorry, we kept on waiting, but please, I do request you, don't let it happen next time. With all these words, I would request that, this is human skeleton. Am I audible to you? All of you? मुझे आदत नहीं है इसकी.
कॉलर माइक लगा दो. कॉलर माइक.
So this is human skeleton. You say little view, front view, back view, all different bones.
कॉलर माइक ला दो.
फटाफट ला दो. कितनी देर बोल रहे हो?
Anthropology. Anthropos means man. Logia means study. Anthropology is the study of man from all aspects. Or you can say the holistic study of man, may be culture, may be physical, may be social, any kind of aspects. That is all are maintained in anthropology. These are various branches of anthropology. The physical anthropology, which studies human as a physical being. Social anthropology as a social being. Cultural anthropology as a cultural being. Here, as far as culture is concerned, I would say that culture contains so many things about human being. I remember the definition of culture given by Sir E.B. Taylor. Culture is that complex whole of which includes knowledge, belief, art, morals, customs, laws, or any other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of the society. That means our culture depicts everything about us, everything about our environment, everything that we have acquired. Prehistoric archaeology, we all know the study of prehistoric archive remains. Paleoanthropology, the study of the human past or human evolution. Medical anthropology, the study of medical history of mankind and the present problems of mankind. Then forensic anthropology. Forensic anthropology is the use of anthropological knowledge in crime investigation and the administration of justice. Or in other words, I would say, it is the study to find out cause of death, age of a person, sex of a person from skeletons, stature estimation, or you can say study of fingerprints, study of DNA, study of footprints, and whatsoever concerned about that as far as crime investigation is concerned, all about that. Forensic anthropology, anthropological methods as applied to crime investigation and the administration of justice. These are various, you can say, branches of anthropology which are helpful in crime investigation and the administration of justice. That is, somatoscopy, how to identify a person from his skin color, hair color, his nose form, eye form, whatsoever we study in somatoscopy. Then somatometry or anthropometry, taking measurements on human body. Then same thing if applied to skeleton, that would become craniometry and osteometry. Then fingerprints, comparison for identification. Footprints for identification of person. Similarly, odontology, the study of teeth, forensic odontology for the identification of human beings. Odontology, if I say our teeth are the dental signatures of every person, it is something which is a truth. Trace and miscellaneous evidence, moles, warts on human body, then healed scars or healed up injuries, then artifacts left in human body at the time of surgeries and all that. Then serology and DNA profiling. Serology, blood groups, enzyme typing, serum protein typing, and ultimately the DNA profiling, which we carry out nowadays. Here, further, before proceeding to what do forensic anthropologists do, before going to this slide, I would like to tell you, I came across certain cases in my service. One case was that some persons were digging out on the outskirts of a fort, that they found certain bones. As they continued digging, they had further more bones. And as such, they recovered gunny bags of human skeletons from that area. These all bones were sent to Forensic Science Laboratory when he was working in Himachal Pradesh. And I was to identify how many persons these bones belong to. How many are males, how many are females? Do they have any antemortem injuries? Or do they have any, you can say, post-mortem? All these are, you can say, post-mortem bones. Or bones which the person which had been got buried during some natural, you can say, calamity or something like that. So we have examined that case and sorted out bones of 70 persons. Based upon that, we gave the report. All these were buried in an avalanche, and these bones were recovered from that side. After landslide, these people have got buried over there. It was around 1905 when there was a big earthquake in Kangra Valley in Himachal Pradesh. Then another case, I'll come to that, but what I found in most of the cases during my service, I must have examined more than 2,000 cases of bones, skeletons. All those cases did not pertain to human beings. I also recovered or I also identified certain skeletons which pertain to animals. And I'll let you know certain those cases in my future slide. We sort out human and non-human remains species of origin we find out, age, sex, feature estimation from bones, examine and compare here, superimposition we carried out, then reconstruction of face, and we establish human identity, prevent crimes of baby swapping in hospitals on the basis of anthropological examination, identification of long lost person, then identification of disaster and victims and plane crash victims. This is a case, Jasuja sir.
And sir,
What will find attention? This is a case, the picture of which is present on one of my books, front page. The book is on forensic anthropology in crime investigation and administration of justice. So, this case pertains to Malana area in Himachal Pradesh, where 5 persons were living in a hut, forest hut, and they were suspected to be informers of police, that they used to give information for the production of church, the families which carried out over there. And this hut was put on fire during one night. All the persons died of suffocation and got burnt alive. And these were 5 dead bodies inside this hut. This is one of the dead bodies of the male person which was lying in this state. And all 5 remains of all 5 persons were segregated and aging and sexes were carried out. Another type of cases which I came across in my service in northern India, these were cases of dowry deaths. And in dowry death cases, what happened? People, either you can say the ladies committed suicide, or they were cremated after having killed them without informing police. In those cases, pieces of burnt bones used to be collected from the pyres and used to be sent to forensic laboratory for aging and sex, for identification whether these are human bones or other ones. In several such cases, not several, numerous such cases I would say, we have reported all those cases on the basis of bone age, sacral age, osteological age, then your sutural age, and all this kind of evidences we found from the burnt bones. So, in this particular case, when we examine this case, we would segregate the dead bodies on the basis of aging and sexing process. Next slide. This is also a very famous case. Famous as well as important case. I will not take much time, sir.
कोई बात नहीं सर, दीजिए बच्चे लेट है तो कोई बात नहीं, हम तो टाइम पे है ना.
Hello. This is a case of Swedish national who came to India via first she went to Pakistan along with one of her boyfriend, and through Wagah border they came to Amritsar in Punjab. And from Punjab, these 2 individuals, they went to Kullu and Manali, and from there Laos to the district of Himachal Pradesh. They went for trekking in hills and got buried in snow avalanches. It was after 23 years. Their search was continued by Government of India also, by Himachal government also, by Punjab government also. But it was after 23 years that a military helicopter, while crossing Kangla Jot glacier in Himachal Pradesh, they spotted the dead body of some person on the top of the glacier. Loud and speedy police was intimated, and army people and these police people, they recovered the dead body. A team was constituted consisting of Dr. V.K. Mishra, Professor of Forensic Medicine, Dr. Narbeet Thakur, a Professor in Odontology, and I myself as a Director of Forensic Science Laboratory, we conducted postmortems of this dead body. We examined dentition. We examined the dead body from anthropological point of view. We took various measurements. We calculated various indices. We examined the body smetoscopically. And this is a published case in the Indian Police Journal now. And what I want to show you, this is a modified photograph as we recovered from the passport, which was found in her pant pocket. The body was totally mummified. All the internal organs have become dry, and all tissue material inside, they have turned into wax. And this was the condition of the dead body, blonde hair of the person. These are the photographs from the mortuary table. So, this is some general observations at the time of postmortem. The body was found mummified. Then external morphology of the body indicated belonging to a young female with golden hair. Again, these were certain observations that the skin of the body has dried up. As I told you, the body did not emit any putrefied smell. The garments and some cracked shoes were recovered. The passport recovered from the garments on which the name Margaret Lydia Luki Renan was written. So, this is the news item which was printed in the, you can say, at that time in various newspapers. Weight of the body was taken, stature was estimated, and all kinds of those examinations were carried out. And with all these characteristics, you can look into long face, oval chin, broad vertical forehead, large eyes. All these things were compared with the lifetime photograph of the person. Her dental records were convened from Sweden, and these were compared with her dentition, which matched. Then the parents of this lady were asked to give blood samples for DNA profiling, which they refused to give. Why? Because they have got remarried after having divorced themselves at two different places. And neither the mother nor the father wanted to part with DNA sample, as I was telling you beforehand. So there are certain cases where DNA is not the only key. It is anthropology, forensic anthropology, or the osteology, or the bones only. There are certain cases in which we recovered certain dead bodies from putrefied places, or you can say from such places where there was a lot of dirt. DNA recovered did not amplify because of putrefaction, because of the presence of foreign DNA, bacterial DNA, viral DNA. And let me tell you, in not less than 5% of the cases where dead bodies are recovered, DNA does not amplify. We do not get DNA sample of appropriate quality so that we carry out forensic examinations. So, odontological comparison chart that is shown over here. Then extraoral examination was carried out. This is X-ray of the dentition. Certain fillings were there. Wiring was there. So these were the results that the body could be identified and all that. This is another case. This was a leopard skeleton, which was to be identified whether it is a leopard skeleton or it is the skeleton of some other animal. As we all know, Wildlife Protection Act of 1972 in India prohibits killing of wild animals, the species which are protected. cutting of trees which are protected. So, under Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, killing of leopard is also prohibited and it is an offence. So, we identify these skeletons. For this purpose, I would just tell you that whenever you are in any university, you go to any university, must visit their museums. When you are in Punjab University, sometimes must visit Geology Museum and Zoology Museum, Anthropology Museum. I tell you, when you study the dentition of various animals, it will permit you as an anthropologist or as a forensic scientist to identify skeletons of animals, to identify teeth of animals. So, this was another case, and the persons were booked, they were arrested, and they were punished in this particular case. Sorry. This is another case. This boy was missing from one village of district Ruma. A few friends have called him near Holi festival for going to Amritsar. But he did not return home for more than a month. Search was made for this person, and those friends were interrogated but did not agree. In the first instance, they said that he departed from us and he has taken his own route, he must have gone somewhere else. But when they were further interrogated, they confessed that we have killed him and buried the dead body at such and such place. The body was dug out. And in this particular case, superimposition was carried out, but unfortunate part, mandible was not available. The superimposition was carried out only with the skull, and certain other hair were recovered, and from scalp hair which were matching, certain other evidences, fingerprints and all that, on some tumblers, glass tumblers, in which they have taken liquor during that period. So those were all evidences which permitted conviction in this case. So this was another case. This is another case from Haryana, where a rivalry was there among two families, one on some land dispute. The person was sleeping in the fields and he was killed and buried in Markanda riverbed. The body was taken out and the superimposition was done by us in this particular case, and the person was identified. This is another case. This was a homicide case in which these bite marks present on the body of the victim were compared with 10 suspects, and one person was identified on the basis of these bite marks. The person admitted his guilt, and this was a rape cum murder case of Ambala district, Kesari police station in Haryana. So the person was convicted on the basis of scientific evidence. This is also an important case in which a small girl aged 18 months was suspected to have been lifted and killed by some person for performing witchcraft or tantra, which we call in Hindi, by some tantric. But this case turned out to be a case of lifting of the baby by a leopard, killing her, eating her flesh, and we have recovered the bones of the person after 15 days from the forest, and her frock having claw marks of the leopard torn in that particular pattern. And in this particular case, 3 persons were arrested by the police, 2 adults and a boy of 13 years old boy. These all were interrogated by third-degree methods. One person when interrogated stated, yes, we have killed the baby and we have buried her body at such and such place. The police dug out the place, recovered a skeleton, it was sent to forensic laboratory. It was examined and found to be a sheep skeleton. The second person was interrogated, again by third-degree methods. He also confessed, yes, I have killed. He also took the police to another place, dug out the skeleton, sent it to forensic laboratory. It turned out to be a goat skeleton of a god. Then police recovered some other bones from the forest. These were all examined and found to be avian bones, bones of the birds. Then again police sent certain bones. These were all found to be reptilian bones. And ultimately when we visited and examined there, we recovered human bones having bite marks of animal, having canine marks on the bones, and leopard hair were found present sticking on the bones, which were examined microscopically and compared, and it was found to be a case of, you can say, killing of the baby by a leopard. I'll show you certain other evidences in the case.
खत्म हो गई खत्म हो गई सर
नो खत्म नहीं हुई तुसी खत्म करवाई
बहुत है
सर थैंक यू मेरी स्लाइड ही नहीं आई दसो
आगे करो सर आगे करो तो दे कितना खत्म करते हैं ऐसे
बैक का नाम यार आगे मेरी स्लाइड
पीछे कर रहे हैं
बीच की स्लाइड ही क्यों नहीं आ रही एविडेंस तो नहीं में
चलो सवाल पूछ रहे थे बच्चे बस थैंक यू
anyway these were human skull bones and human broken mandible. One molar has fully erupted and one molar has partially erupted. These teeth erupt in human babies between the age of 16 to 20 months. And which indicated that age of the baby was between 16 to 18 months. And that is that case. As Dr. D'Souza says, there are so many other cases. I will not venture into that. If you want, I can continue. And now I leave it to you for any questions. If you want to ask any question. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes.
Sir, if you recover a skeleton, sir, if any skeleton is recovered, sir, how to determine its age? What are the processes?
You are standing here. I am looking at you. First is your appreciable age. This is in living age. When we recover skeleton, the bones, epiphysis, metaphysis, these are fused. We find the age of long bones. Eruption of teeth, it gives us dental age. Our teeth erupt at different intervals of time. Deciduous teeth as well as permanent teeth. Then our sternal age. The different elements of sternum, they fuse together at different ages. Then sacral age, from 22 to 31 years. Then iliac crust. Then sutural age, basis sphenoid suture that obliterates between 18 to 22 years, and rest of the sutures they have their own age. Okay? And likewise, there are different parameters we consider, and then we find out, considering all these ages, what is the mean age of the person. Okay? Any other question? Any other question? Okay, then thank you very much. छोड़ता नहीं है।
प्रोफेसर इसी का नाम
तो
है।
इसलिए जो है
इसका एंगल थोड़ा ऐसे ला दो, पीपीटी दिख जाए, या फिर शेयर करो।
Thank you so much, Dr. Gaur, for sharing an invaluable insights and expertise with us today. Now, moving on to our next session, I am honored to invite our next speaker, Dr. Kewal Krishan. Dr. Kewal Krishan is a professor of physical anthropology and former head of the Department of Anthropology at Punjab University, Chandigarh, where he currently works as the Dean of International Students. He is an elected fellow of Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland. Dr. Krishan is among the top 2% of legal and forensic scientists globally, and he is the only anthropologist with such accolades. His comprehensive research has resulted in an astonishing number of over 300 publications. His work has earned him the third rank in most prolific forensic anthropology scholars. His innovative work has placed an emphasis on exercises such as forensic photometry, estimating height, examining footprints, and studying human morphology, which gave pivotal information on a crime scene. In his forensic science contribution, he has developed techniques for estimating ridge density, limb asymmetry, and heel ball index, which improved identification in forensic science. He has contributed important articles to the Encyclopedia of Forensic Sciences and Encyclopedia of Forensic and Legal Medicines published by Elsevier. The work of Dr. Krishna is absolutely stunning. His advanced knowledge and research in the subject of forensic anthropology are of great importance in the field of forensic science and legal medicines. For that reason, it is a pleasure to have him here with us today. The stage is yours.
Thank you, beta. Thank you. Professor D'Souza ji, my guru, my teacher. Professor Gaur sir, again my guru, my teacher. Gorea sir also my guru and teacher. Ruma Purkait madam also my guru and teacher in some cases because I learned many things from you, ma'am. And my dear students, very good morning to all of you. Although it is going to be now good afternoon, but it is good morning. So thank you very much, sir, for inviting me to this prestigious stage to deliver this lecture. I dedicate this lecture to my own teachers of anthropology department, where I learned everything from my own teachers. When I joined the department in 1989, long back, 35 years back, as a student of BSc first year in anthropology, I was very shy, and I used to sit at the end of the class, and I used to think nothing going, no question to be asked from the teachers. As you are doing, you are not asking any question from the teachers or from the lecturers, but question, answers, and interaction is a great thing. That gives you idea how to proceed further and what are the clarifications within the lecture. So not only these things, I dedicate the lecture to complete anthropology department. And let me tell you about Professor D'Souza, how I know Professor D'Souza since 1994. 1994 when I passed out my university and I wanted to pursue my PhD. I asked, there was no phones at that time, nothing like mobile phones or telephones were also very rare. And we used to interact with the help of letters on posts or postcards, 15 paise ka postcard, on postcards. I wrote a letter to Professor D'Souza in Punjab University, Kewal, and I was aware about Professor D'Souza's publications on footprints and gait analysis in Forensic Science International. And I read those publications because in PGI Chandigarh, I usually go to PGI Chandigarh for looking at those journals, Forensic Science International and Journal of Forensic Sciences, those journals were quite old, and I used to see Professor D'Souza's publications over there. And I wanted to work on foot and footprints. And I asked him, sir, can we do all these things? And I asked for some publications, some papers, reprints of the papers. He immediately sent me the papers. And he said, sir said, that my letters are still with him, like a girlfriend or a boyfriend.
Because of the reason that his handwriting is so good. As an handwriting expert, I thought to preserve it with me, and it is lying somewhere in my custody.
Sir, we can work on that. Like, what is the effect of age on handwriting?
Yes, already work is there. Anyhow, please.
We can do that, sir.
Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I then started my work on footprints and some other aspects. Then I went to Professor Gaur in Himachal Pradesh Forensic Science Laboratory, and he helped me a lot. He gave me certain books also on footprints, and he said, you can work on, he gave me the topic, I tell you, that you should work on the footprints and some other topics of my PhD, related topics. So thank you very much, sir. This lecture, let me give you an idea about evolution, archaeology, and human biology. These three aspects are main crux areas of anthropology. This is the photograph of Raymond Dart was instrumental in recovering the remains of Australopithecus, an early man. Australopithecus in 1923 from University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg. He has the skull with him. This skull belongs to Australopithecus. He was actually a doctor, anatomist, but he wanted to work on anthropology, and he roamed here and there for the search of fossils in some areas. Around there. He saw one tooth, just one tooth, one incisor tooth coming out from the limestone rock. One incisor tooth, just inside the tooth. And he said that this is a tooth, because he was an anatomist. This is a tooth. He took the whole bunch of the rock to his lab. And then he tried to get the things out of that rock. It took him 2 years. 2 years. Because he was an anatomist and he did not want to, destroy the skull. Complete skull was found. Later on, he published this in Nature in 1925. Let me tell you what gives an idea about the forensic anthropology. Investigation, the dedication of work, identification from one tooth that there may be some kind of skull or something. We are doing the same thing. Dr. Gaur has told you the same thing, that whenever we go to the crime scene, every crime scene is in the scene. We don't know what can be found at the crime scene and what is the lead at the crime scene. I know him, I saw him solving many different cases, and he gives us an idea about maybe a fire. There will be some other thing, and we will not recover any bone from there, but we will start the case from there only. So all these cases, all these investigations like this give us an idea how to proceed. I am not going into the details of anthropology. Professor Gaur has already told you. So, bipedalism. In bioarchaeology and forensic anthropology, we usually find the bones of not only the animals but apes also. And we should No, we know that these are the bones of the apes and these are the bones of the human beings, and we distinguish them on the basis of our knowledge and how the bipedalism acquired. What are the bases of bipedalism? What are the changes which took place in the long bones of the human body? All those things we are looking at in anthropology, and this gives, again I am telling you, this gives an idea about the forensic anthropology. Let me tell you about a fossilized footprint. This series of footprints, 22 footsteps were there. This popularly known as Leotoli footprints. Leotoli footprints, Mary Leakey, wife of L.S.P. Leakey, who was a great paleoanthropologist and archaeologist, and she was also a great paleoanthropologist and archaeologist. She found with the team these footprints, 22 footsteps. I am going to tell you the interpretation of forensic science out of this. Although at that time the forensic anthropology was not prevalent as much, but they later on published many books on this and many articles on this with the interpretation of footprints in forensic science, in forensic investigation particularly. So there was a male and female and a child. After some time, in the footprints, the child footprints vanished. And one of the footprint of the lady was more impressed than the other. Left footprint. What does it mean? She was carrying the child in her left leg. And one of the footprints, see the interpretation. We solved the same kind of case afterwards. There was a burglary. Burglary took place in Chandigarh. And some jewelry shop was there. And jewelry was taken away by the thief. About 20 kg, 30 kg jewelry. And when that thief entered the jewelry shop, and he was late. करते क्या हैं हम लोग? जूती हाथ में उठा लेते हैं जब कुछ आवाज ना हो, आवाज नहीं आनी चाहिए. जूती हाथ में उठा लेते हैं, चप्पल हाथ में उठा लेते हैं, so that nothing happens. और बिल्कुल धीरे-धीरे ऐसे करके चलते हैं. So the walk was like that only. And he took the things in the gunny bag and came back, and we analyzed the case later on. That what is the difference between the footsteps when he went in and when he came back? I was there with the IG of the police, and we solved that case. And not only that thing, but one of the chappal was present over there at the crime scene. And later on, that chappal was also, matched with the footprints. So these kind of things, they gave us only impetus was this thing in my mind that we'll be able to solve this kind of case. So what do we do in anthropology, in archaeology? All making stone tools, different kinds of stone tools. And this gives us an idea about the precision and evolution, anatomy and investigation. Investigation is not only the part of forensic science, but part of evolution and anatomy also. What we do in these, what she is doing and what he is doing. So they are particularly doing some kind of investigation. Not only in the forensic science, but in the anatomy and the paleoanthropology. This subject is called paleoanthropology, as Professor Gaur has told you. This, I am working in the field, in the same way, in Shivaliks. And my two students, they are looking at me and how we work in the field later work. Because we can't see the things from the distance. We have to see something sometimes, and like this only. Example is Douglas Baker, a great man, great anthropologist, who rose up to the director of Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. Smithsonian Institute in Washington, D.C. He started the Department of Anthropology and became curator and then the director of the institute. He is an anthropologist, and bioarchaeologist and paleoanthropologist turned forensic anthropologist with the knowledge of the same kind of bioarchaeology and paleoanthropology. He started working in the field of forensic anthropology. Now, when you see his citations and work, you will be looking at a person who is the topmost in forensic anthropology in the world. Then, so I will not be going into the details of all these. God has already told you what do we do in anthropology. Human population variation, human biology, knowledge of human osteology, skeletal analysis, all the things we are doing in anthropology. We have in anthropology department in Punjab University 50 skulls, 50 skeletons, original skeletons, all original skeletons, and we show all those skeletons to our students in the class. We have now a class of 52 in MSc first year, and all students are coming to the class, and every skull is given to one student. One skull is given to one student for 3 hours class, doing just one norma of the skull. We are doing 5 norma of the skull, just doing one norma of the skull. I hope you can understand what kind of deep knowledge our students are having in case of the human osteology. Human population variation, then human biology, all these things. Human body types also give an idea. Human body types. There was a case, the same kind of case. The footstep was flat foot. It's a flat foot. It's a flat foot, and series of footprints were there at the time. I solved this case in Chicago. FBI. They were involved in some kind of cases, and they took my opinion on that case. I told them, although this can be a case of a flat-footedness, but obese persons, they also create flat. Obese persons, they also create flat. In one of our studies, we took the footprints of about 100 persons, obese persons. 98% flat-footedness was found in those 100 persons. 98 persons created the flat-footed footprint. I hope you can understand now how. There are other things also when we see the footprint. Not only that part, but other parts also. How that is impressed by the weight of the person and how the weight is affecting on the footprint. And these things given us idea to which area a person is belonging to. Okay, can you see this person? You can easily identify it. This may be from Africa, going up to 60-degree temperature, 50-degree temperature, and he must be living in those kinds of climates. So, Dr. Gaur has already told you all these things, that how to identify the person on the basis of these kinds of things. Can you see the difference in the skull? Prognathism, high level of prognathism, particularly the alveolar prognathism. Races. थोड़े पिक्चर्स है, अच्छा लगता है बच्चों को पिक्चर्स देखना. Can we identify to which area of the world these person may be belonging to? We can easily. And the DNA also. Everybody knows about DNA, and we can do wonders with the DNA. So not going into the details. And this is the ape and human being skeleton. Ape skeleton. See the difference. And this difference, let me tell you, there was a case in COVID-19, 2020. Some forensic science laboratory asked me to identify the case. That whether they sent me the email, and I have not yet opened the email, but I could see some photographs in the email, 20-30 photographs in the email. I immediately found this is not a human being. When I opened it, I saw the bones of rhesus monkey bones. They were saying that these were the bones of a child of the human being. But those were not the bones of the. So immediately we can recognize the things with our experience also and the knowledge also. These kinds of cases are usually found in case of forensic anthropology. So our main questions are these questions. So we keep the things in the lab like this, in the post-mortem laboratory or in mortuary. This is the case of tsunami in 1994. I usually don't show this photo to the youngsters. 1994 in tsunami. Many anthropologists were employed in Indonesia to identify these cases, like the 9/11 cases in 2001. This happened in New York. Again, similar kind of thing, that how can we identify this is a male or this is a female skeleton. Only this can be done from original skeletons, not from the skeletons which nowadays is shown to the students, and original skeletons are not available, original skulls are not available. So I'm sorry for that. So these are some of the markers. Can you identify? Can you see that this is the female and this is the male? Easily identifiable. And all these things, like this subpubic angle and other things. Deformities. Deformities can also tell us about the individualistic features of the persons. Okay, I am going quickly. Sir, मैं आपकी तरफ ही देख रहा हूँ सर. आप सर आप मेरे को बोलोगे.
12:15 तक टाइम है आपको.
अच्छा सर, ठीक है.
ठीक है सर. We will be grateful if you finish by 12:10.
Yes sir. ठीक है सर, अभी तो है सर.
हाँ.
This is very important. This is very important topic.
Yes.
Very important subtopic.
Very interesting.
Bioarchaeology.
I am learning from you.
Bioarchaeology. This is particularly done by anthropologists. And let me tell you, this is a body farm in University of Texas. I happened to be there once, and I saw over there how they are giving training to the students. They are burying the dead bodies. And what they do actually, after some times, many dead bodies, that's a body farm. It's a complete, we have also submitted a requisition or proposal to our government of India, or we can also do this kind of body farm in Punjab University. Body farm, actually, it's a great area, very big area in many acres of land. And what happens, they embed the dead body, they bury the dead body over there, donated dead bodies. They used to do these things with the pigs earlier, but now they are doing with the human bodies. And after some time, the time since death is very important in case of forensic science, in case of investigation. But now forensic anthropologists are doing this kind of job of working on the time since death. They have specific times. They give training to the students after 3 months of burying the dead body, after 6 months, after 1 year, 2 years, and 5 years. What happens to the body? What are the taphonomic conditions? There is a word called taphonomic. Taphonomic conditions of the body. Douglas of Laker has worked a lot on taphonomy. When you see his book on taphonomy, you will definitely find something that will relish you and will find you will see that you will be working in the field after some time if you really read those kinds of books also. So when you see these, so these are dead bodies. Let me tell you, all these they are giving training to the students. And what is this? This is a puzzle. Puzzle in forensic anthropology. They have buried a dead body, and after 2 years, they asked some training students who were doing training, to find out the dead body. Where is the dead body? Which is the area of the dead body? How can we find after 2 years or so in 5-acre land that where is the dead body buried? But there are certain things we can certainly find. We can certainly see. How we can see this? That where the dead body is buried, there are some different kinds of grass. When we dig the area for 3 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet, and the lower soil, it comes on the upper side, and you will definitely find some other kind of grass on this, and the grass will totally be different from the other kind of soil. We have to see that only. We have to identify that area, and with experience, with 3-4 kinds of these kinds of training, we would be able to find out where the dead body is buried. So all these things are all inferencing anthropology, So we can do wonders. So we can have as many ideas as our mind says, and you can ask your mind that, sir, can we do this? Or we can do this. We definitely can do this. Various prints of the body, not only the fingerprints, footprints, dental prints, lip prints, and other prints of the body can help us. This is the analysis of fingerprints. Everybody knows about fingerprints because this is an elaborative lecture. I hope that I would be giving this lecture for 1.5 hours or so. Then I included everything, sir. But no problem, sir. I hope you can see the pictures and you can find out that how the fingerprints are helping us. This footprint also, not only the outline and the metabolically characteristics of the footprint, but also the ridge density. How dense our ridges are, we can reach up to the male or female, whether the person was a male or female. Then trails, tracks, footmarks, as I told you, the tracks of those fossilized footprint tracks. So series of footprints. Series of footprints can always tell us about gait analysis. Gait analysis. We can do some kind of gait analysis with those series of footprints. How the person was walking. What is the gait of the person? And gait is always recognizable from the footsteps as well as from the CCTV cameras. These are some of the individualistic characteristics. So inspiration is Jasuja sir when I do all these things on footprints. So these are my own studies. All these characteristics, they can help us in identifying the person. The similar kind of chapel was found from that case, and we analyzed that chapel with these characteristics. That how the footprint, if the person is wearing, same person is wearing the chapel for about 1 month or so, then we completed the research project on this also. We gave 1,000 chappals to 1,000 individuals and asked them to wear this for 2 months. Some gave and some did not. It's okay. That's why 1,000. We analyzed only 700. We analyzed only 700 out of that. And if we can analyze those 700, it's a great thing. We can find out what is the effect of weight and how it is creating the things in case of the obese person or something like that. Everything, interpretation should be there in our mind. We can do wonders. So this is I'm saying that this is an obese individual, and all these kinds of things can be there. Flat-footedness and other things. This is a normal person. Then gait analysis. We can do the gait analysis not only from the footsteps found at the crime scene, but also from the CCTV cameras. So why do we leave this ear print also? Okay, so ear print can also help us. Many cases were solved in Europe. Many cases, about 96 cases were solved with the help of uniqueness of the ear. What they do actually in the burglars, they used to listen to the persons whether somebody is inside or not. Print is there on the wall or on the window pane, and if that print is there, the person can be identified. Ruma madam has worked a lot.
Global expert Ruma is there.
Ruma man has worked a lot on the ear prints and ear, anatomy of the ear and morphology of the ear. So this is the This is just an experiment. This variation in the ear. Can you see the variation in the ear? Or sometimes the lobe is attached, sometimes the ear is of flat nature or something like that. Or these are the ear prints. Any type of ear print can be there. So anything can help you. Anything at the crime scene can help you. Dr. Gorea will be talking about dental anthropology. I will not be talking about that. And so all these, like the dental variation in teeth. But I want to tell you that in MSc first year, we were having one MSc second year. We were having the optional courses, optional subjects in anthropology, and I was the only person who chose dental anthropology. And I worked on dental anthropology, then I studied dental anthropology. Then I saw what are the changes, what are the variations in the teeth which can help us. Although I studied those for anthropological knowledge, because in anthropological knowledge we can find out the variations in the human teeth. We can differentiate different populations on the basis of the variations in the teeth. But later on, I realized that this can be used in forensic science also, in finding out dental anomalies and some other things in forensic science. So, sir, I am not detailing all these things, sir. Gorea, sir. So, bite marks. This comparison. Now we are doing this kind of comparison in our lab in anthropology. Palette prints. Then facial and body morphology, biometrics. Now a lot has been done on biometrics of the face, not only of the face, but also ears, eyes, nose, lips, and everything. We can now recognize the person if some part of the face is available at the crime scene, or some part of the face is available in the CCTV camera. We can recreate the face of the person, we can reconstruct the face of the person, or we can identify from that part also with the help of AI. With the help of AI, machine learning methods, as well as deep learning methods, we can do a lot. So these are just to show, just for this pictorial purpose, that many kinds of faces can be there. You just see the faces. Now you can recognize to which countries these may be belonging to which area these may be belonging to. Reconstruction of the face also. So with the help of many kinds of reconstructions are there nowadays. So we are still attempting in the forensic science laboratory that how to reconstruct the face if we have the skull with us. And all those things can be done. So this, with the help of clay and other things, we have the knowledge of tissue thickness on the different parts of the faces. Then sketch. If we have seen the person, then the forensic expert who is dealing with the sketches, who is dealing with the, can get the information from the person. That what kind of person was there, whether what kind of nose was there, what kind of ears were there, and whether there was something on the face like this, or some other peculiar areas of the face or something like that. And then biometrics. Everybody is now working on AI and biometrics. So we can do wonders with the help of AI. Although the feasibility of the AI evidence, admissibility of the AI generated evidence in the court of law is still questionable, but we can do wonders. We can reach up to 98% accuracy, 97, 96% accuracy with the help of AI in certain cases, not only in the skeletal analysis, but also in the other body parts also. Also other body analysis also, and not only in the facial analysis, but the other things. I have given many projects to my students on AI. Now we are switching on to the AI and forensics, including the ethical considerations of AI and forensics. Every topic which I gave to my student that has something to do with AI. Not only AI, machine learning, and other computerized methods, where we can computational biology. So we can do wonders in computational biology, not only in anthropology, but also in other subjects, other subdisciplines like the not only in finding out the ancestry of the person. I think you are well aware that Svante Pääbo has got Nobel Prize 2 years back on evolutionary genomics on Neanderthal man. On Neanderthal man. I hope you know our ugly man called Neanderthal man. Neanderthal face, they created the Neanderthal face, they created the Neanderthal genome. And they said, they are saying with evidence and with the certainty that the face is having some kind of matching with the faces of European origin, and of course the DNA and genomic studies of genome also. Sir, thank you very much.
Any question, please?
Questions, please. I was delivering some kind of lecture in
Question
Chandigarh
नहीं है,
University.
मैंने कुछ कहना है.
Please say.
अच्छा sir, आगे please ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kewal, for giving illustrious talk. But I have certain reservations what I want to see. That is, academically what sounds very lovely, practically forensic science has lot of difficulties. Let me tell you very frankly, what can be expected theoretically in the field it is not available 100% times. Second aspect, what you are talking about regarding shape of the foot, or you can say facial features or anything. I was delivering a talk internationally very recently last month to the delegates of 30 countries all over the world. Anti-human trafficking. In anti-human trafficking, all these anthropological features are being used now. I have taught all of that. And then another aspect what I wanted, that as you have talked about, even in India, we have various populations.
Yes, sir.
If you see their faces themselves, compare, we can identify persons, but that sort of data is not there. Cumulative data is not there. It needs to be generated. Anthropological Survey of India has done something in the past, I do remember, but it is on tribes only, not on other populations. Most of the data is on tribes only.
Tribes also in general population, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, it's there, I think.
I agree with you, it is on tribal populations.
No, so I have the book. It's on biological anthropology. That is
Anyway, but if it is very recently, it has not. I want people to say anything.
Dr. Gaur, we can leave this field to the students and delegates who will be curious enough and
Okay, thank you.
may lead their career as forensic anthropologists. Anyway, it's an information, dear delegates, that now we will have a hands-on session of 3D scanning. We will have to move to another block, but with a caution. Our teachers and students will be there with you. Please follow them. Then from there itself we will go for lunch straight. And strict, you can say, instruction that by 2 you should come back. By 2, in any case, you should come back here so that we can start the next part of the conclave and wind up by 4:30. Be sure that we will have to, because we have limitations. So in the early morning, you got late, and that's why we are late. That 2 speakers had to cut their speeches. I think you got it. हाँ प्लीज इनको बी ब्लॉक में डॉक्टर आरपी सिंह के पास डीआरआई लैब में लेके जाना है, समझे? प्लीज ले चलो, कैरी ऑन प्लीज। हाँ 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 जस्ट जस्ट मिनट जस्ट। ओ डॉक्टर साहब वो मोमेंटो वाली बात मैं तो भूल जाता हूँ, मेरे पास सिर्फ एकेडमिक काम याद रह जाता है। तुझे चलोगे डॉक्टर साहब, इट विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग। We will scan his skull, 3D skull. Why it is, we can tell you later on even. ले आओ ले आओ। आज डॉक्टर साहब बस ये फॉर्मेलिटी का है। डॉक्टर साहब आ जाओ। आप चलेंगे 3D स्कैनिंग के लिए? आगे बढ़िए प्लीज, आगे बढ़िए प्लीज। चलो चलो डॉक्टर साहब हाँ हाँ आ जाओ। अच्छा सर फोटो रहेगी आगे मैं खींच लो कोई बात नहीं। लो लो थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। प्लीज नहीं नहीं हो कोई गल नहीं। प्लीज ग्रीन एनल ले जाना सारे एंड वी आर कमिंग।
जिसको दोबारा स्टार्ट हो जाए पोस्टर चला दो।
मैं तो यही बिलीव करता हूँ। क्या है
बस
हाँ बाहर तो कहना था अंदर आओ इधर आइए रजिस्ट्रेशन वाले दो अपने बच्चे दो भी हैं हाँ रेडी है चलो कोई
Welcome back everyone. I hope you have utilized this time. Now moving on to our next illuminating lecture, I would like to call Dr. RK Gorea on the stage. Dr. Rakesh Gorea is an Executive Director at the Medical Legal Institute, Baba Farid University of Health Sciences, Faridkot, Punjab. He is a faculty member at the National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, and holds academic position as a professor at SJGT University, Rajasthan, and an adjunct professor at Eternal University, Himachal Pradesh. Previously, he served in the Forensic Medicine Department at Prince bin Abdul Aziz University, Saudi Arab, and as principal at NC Medical College, Panipat, and Ruma Medical College, Kanpur. Recognized as the father of forensic nursing in the Indo-Pacific region, he was also named the founder of forensic nursing in India. Dr. Gorea holds multiple degrees like BSc, MBBS, MD, PhD, and Diplomat of the National Board, and has fellowship from prestigious forensic and medical organizations. He has led Forensic and Nursing Society, edited key journals, and contributed extensively to research with 160 conference papers and 156 publications. He has authored 3 books and contributed to 7 others. With 40 years of teaching experience, he has mentored MD and PhD scholars and delivered 60 keynote lectures across 21 countries. He has received multiple awards including national and international honors and lifetime achievement awards. His research focused on forensic nursing, forensic odontology, and crime prevention against children. Please give a huge round of applause for Dr. RP Singh.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I know it is a difficult time after lunch to be very late, but I will try that you don't sleep. So it is my great privilege to be amongst you, and I will like to convey my thanks to Dr. RP Singh Followed, a great personality in the forensic science, and I happen to do PhD with him. So it was on the topic of bite marks, and that is how my interest in dentistry started. Now I am a forensic pathologist, basically not a dentist, but this became my special area of interest. And now we have Indo-Pacific Academy of Forensic Odontology, and all of you who are interested in forensic dentistry, you wish to choose your career in forensic dentistry, you should be the member of that Indo-Pacific Academy of Forensic Odontology. It is all online in papo.in. You can go there, download.com, and can become the member of that. Okay. So coming to our topic of the today, that is dental anthropology, forensic perspectives. So it is a very, very broad topic. Probably this is just like writing a book that this topic is there. I will try to be very fast. I don't know how much I will cover that, how much the areas to be covered has been allotted to me by Dr. D'Souza. But you see, in 1 hour time, what I can do with that, I will try to do that. So you see, if we are to define forensic anthropology, so this is forensic anthropology. So what can you make out of it? Any one of you? So if you don't want to, I know you know so many things, but you are always shy that I may not be wrong. If you will come out, you will not be wrong. Come out, anybody. So this is the otherwise there is no need I can.
वो online वाले आवाज जरूरी है ना.
So can you say this photograph has been taken from a place where it was excavated after 800 years. And what do you see in this? You see a skeleton. Probably you see the teeth also. And you see why he is sitting like this. He was sitting in the, if you see, he was sitting in the form of meditation in a posture. So that tells you the culture and the society at that time. So that is part of the anthropology. From this, you can find out the various things. That is also anthropology from the bones, and from the teeth also. That is the dental anthropology. Probably at those times, this person has chosen the death by being in the Antim Samadhi at that time, and that is how this body was preserved. So now, these are the areas which I have been asked to be covered. Dental evolution, original and functions of teeth, anatomy of teeth, pulp cavity, odontogenesis, tooth eruption, dental morphometric variations, dental behavior, forensic odontology, and new interaction, and something which can be escaped by dealing with these things. So I will be talking about all these things briefly. So I will not go into the definitions of anthropology, but when teeth are involved, and all the things which have been covered this morning. So they will be done in this. So we will talk about the dental evolution. So this evolution is all about the diet, all about the environment. First, the humans. So I was talking about the diet of the person in the ancient times. First of all, they were herbivores. And they just, say, I will not say herbivores, probably they are eating fruits only of the plants in the beginning. Then in the Stone Age, what happened? They had some instruments, they had some weapons, and they started hunting the animals with that. And with that came the eating of the meat. And again, after some time with the agriculture, again grains started coming and vegetables and all those things. And then it was herbivore. And then people So there were few people in Hindu community who were eating meat since the very beginning. Then probably in the very beginning, Pandits never took meat, and probably there were people also did not take meat in those times. Only the Kshatriyas or those who were going to the bar, they were taking the meat at that time. But now, as everything is mixing, everything is becoming gender neutral. So are the things are changing. So are changing the teeth of the person. So first they were rough, they were broad, then they become very sharp when they started eating meat, like animals also, and then a mixed one, sometimes the canines, they start parsing the meat and molars and premolars are grinding that. So what is the role of the teeth? Teeth are very essential for life. Except humans. When the teeth are not there, animals are not able to take their teeth and they will die. It is only the humans, they have the facility that artificial dentures are there and they can use these artificial dentures and then they can survive, but animals still don't have the facility. Maybe the time is changing. Maybe the dogs are getting the priority now over the other animals. They will start artificial dentures. They will start their artificial dentures also when they are old. How the teeth originated? So this teeth was originally in the fishes known as conodonts. So you can see in the picture the conodonts, they did not have the jaws, but still they have the teeth. And this dates back to the Cambrian period. You can see in the bottom picture. So then teeth can be homodonts or heterodonts. Homodonts means they are all the teeth are of the same type. Heterodonts, we have the different types. So in the top picture you see all the teeth are the same, and in below you see they are the heterodonts. All the teeth are different and their functions are different. And you know the children have the milk teeth and then they fall, and then we have the teeth of the adult person. So these are the primary teeth and the adult teeth. So you can see in herbivores the first photograph. So you can see this herbivores, all teeth are almost equal. And then you have carnivores. You see all teeth, they are like parsing meat. And then omnivores, you see both type of teeth, like this also and like this also. And then there are specialized teeth in the animals. And what is their role? They cut food, they grind food, they tear the food. In addition to this, they are also used for the defense purposes. If human is to be considered animal, what are the defenses with us? Leave aside knives and guns and armor which are provided by the human being. What are the natural defense with us? Anyone? Yes, yes? Teeth and? We don't have horns. Humans. We have nails. We have nails and teeth. So these are the defenses. But animals, of course, which you are telling, that is right. They have the horns. Thank God we don't have the horns. And this is for defense, and this is for the display also, and for speech also. You see, if there is an old person who is not having teeth, it becomes sometimes very difficult to understand the speech of that person. So they have multiple functions, like defense in snakes. So fangs are again the specialized form of teeth. So it means when the teeth are there, person can take the food, can grind the food, it can be easily digested then, and good health can be maintained by that person. So as I told you, from the fruits to the meat to the grains and to the vegetables, so these 4 types of the presentations are there. So like you can see first, and then now we have the delicate. So if we see the anatomy of the individual teeth, how many of you are dentists? Any one of you? All of you are forensic science students? That's good. But all of you have teeth. You must have seen it. These are very specialized structures. Probably these are the hardest things present in our body. And it has these 4 structures: enamel, dentin, pulp and cementum. And it has crown, it has roots, and it has neck. Now, there are different types of teeth. The front teeth, they are incisors, 4 in the maxilla, 4 in the mandible. Central incisors and lateral incisors. What they do, they cut the fruit. They have one root. Then comes those teeth जो पैर्स में बहुत बड़े बड़े दिखाते हैं ना, ऐसे बाहर निकले हुए, ये वही वाले हैं, पर वो बंदों में और लेडीज में अच्छे नहीं लगते थे। अगर आपको होते थे अच्छे नहीं ना लगते, इसलिए गवर्नमेंट को नॉर्मल कर दिया, बाकी दांतों से मिला दिया। So the functions are tearing food and giving the food. Then there are premolars, also known as bicuspids. So again, they help in crushing the food. And molars, they are more cusp, usually 3 cusp, also known as tricuspids. Whereas premolars are known as the bicuspids. Again, they help in chewing the food. Wisdom teeth almost becoming vestigial. The functions can carried out by the other teeth. हम तो कहते हैं vestigial, लेकिन घर वाले कहते हैं अब अकल आ गई, इसका अकल अब दांत आ गया. So in many people, this got impacted and either has to be taken out surgically. Then you should know about the arches, mandibular arch, maxillary arch. Teeth are represented by the dental formula. There are various types of the dental formula, but just I have chosen one. I haven't given multiple, so that you are not confused with that. So these are the numbers given for the temporary teeth as well as for the permanent teeth. Common dental diseases, you are not going to treat that, but once you are working as a forensic scientist and you choose forensic anthropology, you must have some idea that there can be cavities in the teeth, there can be disease of the gingiva, and with passing age, with wear and tear, something is happening on the teeth. Something special about the pulp cavity and the enamel. So, what is pulp cavity? So, it is a soft tissue. In this, there are blood vessels and nerves. And this is lined by cells which help in the formation of the dentin and the enamel. So, this is all. They contain blood vessels, they contain nerves, they contain connective tissue, and they contain specialized types of cells, odontoblasts, which help to form the dentin, fibroblast, they give the connective tissues, defense cells. So these are usually present all over the body. Enamel. If we are asked what is the strongest structure in the body, that is the enamel. And it is the covering the outer layer of all the teeth, so that teeth remain protected. And that is why we can have this till a very old age, because bacteria can penetrate it, other things cannot do any harm to it. And it is made of hydroxyapatite crystals and organic matter. As far as hardness is concerned, I told you it is one of the best things in the human body. But sometimes it becomes brittle and it is resistant to wear, it is resistant to decay. Even after death, it is very helpful and it is not decay for a very, very long time. And it is a sort of barrier between the human body and the environment. So if we compare enamel and dentin, so enamel is hard, lacks nerves and blood vessels, whereas dentin, so that is softer as compared to the enamel, and it contains tubules that transmit, and in the pulp cavity there are blood vessels and nerves. So clinical elements, not much to you, but you should know that there are caries is happening, as you see in the top second tooth. So this is healthy tooth, this is carie, and when it goes to the pulp, then it becomes the cavity. And when the inflammation occurs, then it becomes the pulpits. And sometimes there can be erosion of the enamels. So you can see their enamel has been eroded at these places. Again, sometimes if person has good oral health hygiene, the teeth will be good. The juice fluoride that helps in the prevention of the decay. If there is a sensitivity, dental sealants are used, and if there is a root cavity, canal treatment is done, and ultimately they are filled by the different. There are different materials by which this can be filled. These cavities can be filled. And how the teeth originated, odontogenesis, and it is how the teeth have been formed in our body, and how the embryonically it originated. It originated from the neural crest cells and ectomesenchyme in these two places. So these are the different stages of the development of the teeth. That is the initiation stage, bud stage, cap stage, bell stage, apposition stage, maturing stage, and eruption or shedding. So in the initiation stage, so there is a horseshoe shape band is formed, as you see in the first picture, and then the dental lamina gives rise to the tooth bud, which you see in the second picture below. This one. And then comes the bud stage. From the soft tissue, it grows and a bud-like structure is formed, and this continues to grow to go to the next stage of the cap stage. A cap-like structure is formed, and in this, the various further differentiation takes place till it goes to the bed stage, when the enamel organ differentiates into 4 layers, and there is formation of stratum, interligament, stellate reticulum, and further differentiation goes on occurring. So then comes the apposition stage, where the different things are going to be properly formed, are going to be enabled, and there is formation of the dentin structure. So then it will mature and it will come out from the jaw. And as you can see, the last stage is the of eruption and shedding. And so you see, first it is in the bone, it is going up, it is still coming out, and then post eruption, there is proper alignment of the teeth with the lower teeth with the upper teeth. That is occurring. So how these are going to be regulated? These are going to be regulated by the genes and by the epigenetic factors. So these are regulated by that. So there are name of the various genes. And so what is the clinical implications of this development? So sometimes some defects can occur at the time of the development. There can be hypodontia when the number of teeth becomes less. As you see in this, the number of teeth are less in this. There can be hypodontia or supernumerary. You can see here how many teeth are there. Why this is needs to be? You should know that this can happen. You can see when you see the skeleton, when you see the mouth, when you see the teeth, such type of things you may come across. And coming to the anthropology part of that what we can do from the teeth, we can find out so many good things from the teeth. But we should know when they are erupting, when we can know whether they are temporary or permanent. There are difference in the structure of these teeth, difference in the appearance of these teeth, difference in the number of these teeth. And from this, if the tooth has erupted, the person has crossed that age. Say the central incisor comes at 6 to 9 months, 6 to 8 months. There are different studies, different localities, different areas of the world. So everybody has his own findings that when they are going to erupt. But usually before 3 years, usually before 2 years and 3 quarters. So this is coming. So you see the temporary teeth, they are 20 in number, whereas permanent teeth, they are 32 in number. And their appearance is altogether different. They are the stronger structures, permanent teeth, because the temporary teeth are meant for different things, and the permanent structures are meant for different things. And so you can see when these primary teeth are going to erupt. So this is very important. With passage of time, you will remember this, but the charts are there, the tables are there, the figures are there. You can always refer to those if you don't remember, rather than giving a wrong opinion. It is always better to refer to the books and to the various documents. Similarly, for the permanent teeth, first molar is the first to erupt. Then come the central incisors, then come the lateral incisors, then come the canines, then the first premolars, then the second premolars, then the second molar, and third molars, they are last to erupt at the 70 to 25 years of age. So again, depending on the population, they will be little way this side or that side, but roughly, approximately, in most of the population, this is the time period which is given. So whether they are coming and it applies to everybody, no. So it is governed by so many factors. If nutrition is not good, it may take a long time. Genetics is also there in some families, it comes late. Good health, early it comes. Environmental factors, again, it is going to affect, particularly in some areas, particularly where the fluoride is there in the water. And the appearance also differs in those cases. So either there can be delayed eruption, sometimes there can be early eruption. I have already told you that the third molar or the wisdom tooth, everybody doesn't have the fourth wisdom tooth. पूरी अकल किसी किसी में आती है, यही कहने का मतलब. It is just given like that. Nowhere it is related, wisdom is related with the teeth. It is just because they say now the person has grown up sufficiently, when this tooth is coming, now the person has become wise. Now if we study the different populations, there are going to be differences. Morphometric changes are going to be there. Even if we study different individuals in the same population, even then there are going to be differences. So, if you wish to, at undergraduate level, if you wish to do these studies, you can do this in a very good way. You don't require a lot of instruments. You can do this. You can publish your papers in this, and you can create a data which will be very useful to the country. Please go ahead with this. If you require any kind of help, Dr. Jisuja is there. So many other people are there. So you can ask the help of anybody. So you see, I have just given one diagram. Otherwise, this morphometric analysis probably that is a complete lecture for 4 hours. So you see, these variations can be different. These measurements can be different. These can be, some of them can be measured. So these are the metric variations. Some cannot be measured but can be seen, can be observed. Like cusps, how many cusps are there? So these are the non-metric. So metric as well as the non-metric variations, they are very important. And as I told you, calipers, now they are digital calipers, it has become very easy with the digital calipers. Otherwise, पहले मिलते थे कि आंख के पास ला के कभी दूर कभी पास करके देखते थे कि इसकी measurement क्या है, what are the measurements of this. Now digital, very easy, and you can do all these studies. And 3D imaging, you are writing as you have done for the skull, you can do for a teeth also. And non-metric, I have already told you. So you can do a sample collection, you can collect the data, you can do the statistical analysis, and you can publish a paper in this. And non-metric, you see, I have shown you two occlusal surfaces of up to. One is having 4 cusps, another is having 5 cusps. So these are the variations, and these can be sometimes very important. Not only in the different populations, but even in the individuals of the same population, that can be different. At different places, different ages, this can be different. So you should know that these can be different. In the same population, you can have carbonate cusps. So you have this, you can see these are smooth, but something is here, something is here. So these are the carbonate cusps. And shovel-shaped incisions can be in some people. So like you can see shovel shape, like this is more clear in this drawing. It can be there. And then there can be enamel hypoplasia. Enamel is not formed properly. So you see enamel properly formed, enamel is here, but here enamel is there, but it is not properly. So with the diet, as I started from the beginning, that एक कटिंग तो आ रही समझो बताओ स्पीड ना आगे चल जाए उस वाली की बात So you can see different animals and different people because of the needs of that, depending upon the diet, whether it is they have to tear the meat or they have to grind the green grass. हमारे पंजाब में बहुत कुछ डालते हैं जानवरों को शिकाला. So I don't know the English name of that shikala. Somebody who knows you can tell. But different varieties of the green which we have. feed the cows and buffaloes. And humans, now they need all type of feed because you don't know at what time what they are going to like. छोटे होते पहले दूध पीते हैं, अच्छा लगता है, प्राइमरी टीथ होते हैं, फिर बड़े होते हैं तो अभी शुरू नहीं करते, फिर जब कॉलेज में आते हैं, फिर थोड़ी सी ड्रिंक कर लिया तो कुछ ना कुछ तो साथ में होना चाहिए, फिर मीट खाना शुरू करते हैं, और फिर जब हमारे जैसे होने लगते हैं फिर भगवान याद आने लगता है, फिर से छोड़ देते हैं. So we need all type of things. So feeding behavior, social behavior एक आपने दर्दी देखी है, दर्दी के होते क्या करते हैं, डालते हैं करते शरीर को यहाँ रखते हैं, परमानेंट लॉस बन जाती है. So depending upon this, depending upon the food, if there is so much acidity in your food, your teeth start also decaying. When the belching is there and acid reflux is there, then also the teeth are going to be different. So, how to study? The way this is being presented to you, you can study. If the patient comes to you, you can study them. If the person comes to you, if a dead body is brought to you, you will study directly from the dead body. If dead body has been touched, then you will study it. If the fossils are there, and you study the teeth from the fossils, even then. So the different methods are there. So it can be archaeology, paleontology, or anthropology, depending on how much time period. So with anthropology, how many old bodies you can find out? How much old age you can find out? Anybody? This is a simple process. How many? So how we do the aging? We do from the carbon dating. What is carbon dating? Anyone of you what is carbon dating? Carbon dating is the C14, how it is goes to its half-life. And in how much time the carbon goes to how its half-life, how much is the half-life of the carbon? Anyone? It is 57,000 and some 100 years. So we say we can do the carbon dating up to 60,000 years of age. Not more than that at this time. Maybe with the passage of time, we will do more. Now coming to forensic ontology, because whatsoever we do from anthropology, from the ancient times to the present time, from the old person to the young persons, from the ground, from the snow, anywhere, wherever we find it, we can study that. So it is a very, very good evidence from which you can do a lot of things. You can determine age, you can determine the gender of the person, and that is going to help you in the identification, sometimes absolute identification. Because of the DNA present from the pulp cavity, we can do that. So mainly identification, bite marks analysis, and age estimation. We can also do some gender estimation also, whether this belongs to male or this belongs to female. And there are so many cases which have been solved. Time is short, otherwise I would have told you so many cases. And usually, identification techniques, when the person is dead, if he has antemortem record, we prepare a postmortem record, we compare that, and we can find out this. Then there are a radiographic person may have gone some for treatment, had the X-rays of the mouth and X-ray of the teeth, so they are present. So CT, CBCT, MRI, so these are the different things by which we can do. But DNA, I also told you that is going to be helpful in certain situations. So it is very good that we do the absolute identification, but sometimes we cannot do the absolute identification. Then in those cases, the partial identification, that will be good. And especially in mass disasters. This becomes a very, very important thing. And now you see, with the changing environment, mass disasters are becoming more common. Sometimes the floods are there, sometimes fires are there, and the people are dying in those. You have seen so many floods in India. Sometimes there is lava eruption, sometimes there is tsunami, sometimes so many things, and persons are dying. And it is also very, very important that in the living person also to determine the age, because at particular age person can say, I am a minor and I can have this punishment. So intelligence is very, very important, and we have to determine that age. So age estimation from teeth 1 is the teeth eruption, and then there are other methods also. Atlas method, Moore's method, as I mentioned that. Atlas method, again it is, they are given the diagrams, they are given this facility, and from the 28 weeks of intrauterine to 23 years, just match with this. So this looks very small, but because projection is on a small screen, otherwise you can match with this and can find out that exactly what is the age. And then Moore's method is there. So again, the dental radiographs are there. So the different development stages, they are there. So that's compared with that, the age can be given like that. And the divergent methods, there are the 8 scores. From these 8 scores, the tables are given, we can give the age of the person. And I don't think I have a liberty to go to the details of all these methods. I can just tell you the name of these methods. You can go up and look after these methods in details. Then there is a Camry method also. And so, in addition to this, there are morphological changes in teeth, there are histological changes in teeth, there are radiological changes in teeth, and there are the biochemical changes in teeth from which you can find the age. And Gustafsson method, that has been the most commonly used, which use the 6 parameters: adhesion barrier, secondary dentin, cement apposition, root resorption, and root transparency, and the same show you in the diagram. That these are the changes from which we can find out the age. So we have done a big study on this, so that is published also. So you can go to the net and can see this. This is a complete study, and these are some of the pictures which are taken from doing that study. And there are now the modifications of the Gustafsson method. Gustafsson method was popular in 1950, but since passage of the time, there have been different changes. But still, the Gustafsson method that remains the most common form to be adopted. And usually, as the person gets old, कहते दांत घिसते रहते हैं और मूल्य भी जब घिस जाते हैं उसके कष्ट खत्म हो जाते हैं, एक जैसे हो जाते हैं, तो 50 इयर्स के बाद हम इसके आगे देखते हैं और कई बार दांत पूरे गिर जाते हैं. Again, that is 70 years of person becomes a dentalist. लेकिन ये कहीं नहीं है कि person के सारे दांत आता वो 70 years के ऊपर नहीं हो सकता. Again, it depends on the hygiene and all that, and especially the genetics. My mother died at 102 years, and she had all the teeth by the grace of the Lord. When she expired, she had the 32 teeth. So it all depends on your genetics also. So then there are radiological methods by some changes in the X-ray that is used: Kewal method, Camry method, Beta method, Harris method, Young-Adam method, Spalding method. So these are the details of all that, but too short of a time. So I will just name them. And then, if you don't know anything, now the softwares are coming. You fill in the things, and you get the age of the person. And then there are biochemical methods also not easy to do for everybody. There is aspartic acid undergoes racemization, and it is stored as D-aspartic acid. So this increase with the increasing age, and with that we can find out the age. The biggest thing is the disaster victim identification. So this is a teamwork. This is not, you see, of one person. So usually it is led by the forensic pathologist who is doing the postmortem examination. But in addition to them, other people, they are indispensable if we have to reach at a good conclusion. Forensic odontologists, forensic nurses, forensic anthropologists, forensic radiologists, fingerprint experts, forensic biologists, forensic technicians, forensic photographers, forensic psychiatrists, forensic financial manager, and police officers. You can choose any one of these specialized branches and you can become specialist in that. You can even become a financial manager. So you can do the, whatever fascinates you. Choose a small field and excel in that. That is the thing of the future. That you should know. You should know everything. You should have a small specialized field and be expert in that, and you will be well known in the world by the time you are like the age of Dr. Jason like me. Because they have chosen their areas that where they are going to work. Dr. Jusija has advised me that you choose a very limited field, but I happen to choose so many fields. And so that you have to work harder for that if you choose more than one field. You have to spend equal time in both these fields. You should be passionate about these fields, and you should work with double passion that I have to go excel in both these fields. You can do that. You can do in multiple fields also. That is not impossible, but that increases your quality. And in the mass disasters, mostly persons are identified by fingerprints. Dr. Jusuja is fingerprint expert, and you see, and document expert. And dental comparison comes at number 2 after the fingerprints. So there is antemortem data with the pink form, and then there is yellow and pink form, and one is antemortem and one is the postmortem, and then these are compared, and then we reach at a final conclusion. So then there is a DNA analysis. So these 3 techniques are being used very commonly, but it doesn't mean that other techniques are not going to be helpful. In some stages, you don't know what thing is going to make you help. Sometimes even there may be a fracture, special type of fracture, special type of the union, and antemortem X-ray is available, and you can compare with that. We have done an exercise when the 95 passengers in the USA, they died in an accident. We had their jaws brought to us, and we could identify 95 out of 95 in those cases. It was not me alone, it was a team. Because their antemortem X-rays were available in all those cases, but in India it may not be possible that everybody will be having antemortem X-ray, and that will be stored properly. So DNA analysis, ultimately this is how you see DNA analysis. And you see, you can match. Which is matching which?
First is matching second.
Yes. You should not be quick, you should take your time before giving your opinion. That is the biggest disadvantage with the forensic scientists. They see a thing and they say, okay, I am expert, this is final, and that will something, छोटी सी बात बोलता है वो खत्म हो जाएगा. So take your time before giving your opinion, observe it correctly, do your proper observation, do the documentation proper, compare it properly, and then you should give an opinion. We can also, from their bite marks are there. So I was lucky to do the PhD in bite marks with Dr. Jismata. And probably that was the biggest study in the world at that time when we had taken 205 cases at that time in that study. So whenever they come in contact with something, they will leave the mark, and there will be physical alteration, and if we study these marks properly, we can find out exactly who the person was, because bite marks can be carried on a substrate, any surface, not only the skin, but also on the food marks item and some other items also. So Adam and Eve, you know, they started the whole process according to the Bible, and we are you have to listen to these lectures and sit here and try to solve the things. So usually human bite marks, they have diameter of 25 to 40 millimeter. Incisors produce rectangular marks and canines produce triangular marks. Usually these are the front teeth which are producing the marks. Really it goes to the bite marks. So homicides, sexual assault cases, child abuse cases, physical assaults are called. We can see this, we can see the different types of the crime at the different places, and different areas are involved in these situations. Usually these are the chiefs. If you don't know forensic odontology, this was in 1992, but I did not have any idea what the forensic odontology is. And I just took a picture and I didn't know what to do with this picture. I just put in the computer and I will show it to you. That's all for this one. In 1998, I went to US to have the training for forensic odontology, and then a case came. And in this case, what we did, we knew everything now at this time. We had the knowledge, we had the skills. This is probably during our PhD. In this case, had come and we were doing that study. And in this case, the culprit was caught based on these bite marks. So these are the different. So all those places which can be kissed, they can really have bite marks. So it is not only the animate objects, inanimate objects, this can also be present. And so forensic odontologist, if you are involved in the team, you should know that these are, you have to collect the evidence, you have to preserve that evidence, you have to evaluate that evidence, then you have to compare and analyze, and finally you have to give your opinion. You have to differentiate between the human bite marks and the animal bite marks, because these are entirely different. Then there are evolutionary trends from which you can find from the incisor, breadth index, molar index, and step index, and these are the different indexes by which we can find out that when this index was there. So there are challenges to this, and these are the technological challenges. You have seen the equipment today, so we need the costly equipment. Then there are ethical considerations also, whether which type of data we can use or not. In the morning, it said that the person does not want to give the DNA samples. So there are the ethical considerations. So these become the limitation. And sometimes the material is such that you can't do anything with that. That's so much degrading. And future, we have a lot. You can see, it is the last 5 minutes which I am going to take if I have that. Just 3 minutes. Okay. So there are new materials coming, good, better, best. So the best materials are coming. Digital dentistry is there, so you can use on the computer, CAD, CAM, 3D printing, and what you are seeing today. And then there is a precision medicine, so that is getting very popular. And then there is a nanotechnology that is being used for the better things, but nanotechnology has its own limitations and drawbacks, that there can be nanotoxicity with that, and that is going to become very difficult to detect, and can be very harmful to the person, because then the person will go in minute details to the teledentistry, sitting at one place, doing the work at the other places. This is possible, and then the last is the artificial intelligence, machine learning. So you know, you are listening what they can do. Probably they are thinking of replacing humans ultimately, and regenerative dentistry, smart dental devices, and sustainable practices. The most important thing is sustainable practices. Whatever we do, that should not do harm to our environment. And this we need to do the research. We should have a regulatory body which can take care of the ethical consideration and cost. Of course, every institution has its own limitation. Thank you very much. So you can find the various lectures if you wish to go on. There is a YouTube link also on this. You can go ahead and see those links. answer. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the audience side?
Please. There are dimensions are different. Then from the above we can do the accent by topics of studies also, and probably with the DH also we can.
Also, sir, can we have, do we have certain SOP for the mass disaster victim identification?
Yes, so many.
Interpol SOPs are there.
Interpol has anything else, I will be happy. Otherwise, you can ask WhatsApp me and find out. You can come to my website and can ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gorea. Thank you, Dr. Gorea. The delegates, or you can say student participants, and you see that most of the participants are students. And I also intended to do that. That no high-five people are there to participate, just students, so that they can learn from the learned persons. I am very happy to see that how things evolve. Dr. Gorea is senior to me. He was a professor in the medical college when for the first time he contacted me in context of facial reconstruction workshop in 2003-04. And since then, we are together, working together, publishing together, organizing conferences and workshops, etc., etc. And very special thing I would like to tell you that this time I decided one-day program, 4 sessions, 4 speakers, and to 4 speakers I wanted to give the topics which are unique, but somehow only Dr. Gorea agreed to that, and he prepared very nicely a crisp PPT on all the aspects of anthropology, dental anthropology particularly. Though my luck works that all the 4 lectures are different. All the 4 lectures are different. But I was afraid if they are not different, then the students will take wrong impression. Thank you very much, Dr. Gorea, Dr. Ruma, for everything that we are having different perspective of forensic anthropology. And I feel that your participation is beneficial. We are short of time, still poster session is there. So in 2 minutes, Dr. Ruma will start, and then we have time. You please go to the poster side and put your posters. Done? Done? Okay. Stay there, and we will be coming to judge that. Cash awards are there. We will try to finish as soon as possible, and then coming back for valedictory function. That also short one only. We have divided the certificates from university point of view. That's say 6 delegates from MD University or 10 from JNU. Accordingly, all together will come and take the bunch of certificates to save the time. By 4:30 we have to wind up. Right? Thank you very much. Love.
I would like to call Dr. Gorea over the stage. Dr. Jasuja, please hand over the memento and
सर
Moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Ruma Purkait. Dr. Ruma Purkait is a professor at anthropology at Allahabad University. Born and educated in Delhi, the capital of India, she completed her master's in anthropology and doctorate in forensic anthropology in Delhi University. Working in the field of ear biometrics, she had submitted her thesis and was awarded with the degree of Doctorate of Science in 2015. Three instruments devised by her have been granted patent under the Government of India. She is recipient of international and national awards, including Young Investigators Award by International Association of Forensic Science in 1996, University Grant Commission Research Award in 2004, and VBSI Award by Indian Academy of Forensic Medicine in 2001. She has several research papers published in various international and national journals. Her measurements devised by her for determination of sex from pregnant bones are followed and tested in various parts of the world. Please join me in inviting such a dignitary on the stage.
Thank you so much. I'm just a forensic anthropologist, nothing more than that. And yes, my love is bones. Bones, and say right from 1986, when I joined PhD in Delhi University. And later, for my field work, because I was working on murder cases, they were there only, you can never understand that we need a huge collection on which to develop the standards. Then only we can say that if it is above this male or female. So I moved to Purkait, that is Gandhi Medical College, Medical Legal Institute. Anyway, after this, I have worked on different areas, but biometrics also, on clear biometrics. But today we will be speaking about how forensic anthropologists. Now, till now, you have heard enough of forensic anthropology, isn't it? Now you yourself have become a forensic anthropologist. You know what is forensic anthropologist, what we do in forensic anthropology. This is nothing new now. So, you'll see the name Clive Snow. Clive Snow, you will be hearing about him. He's an American forensic anthropologist. And he says that seeing only the bones, you can draw the whole, you can reconstruct the whole biography. Biography means how old he was and what was his stature and everything, but you should know how to read it, isn't it? आपके पास अगर कोई लैटिन या कुछ ऐसा दे दे, फ्रेंच दे दे, तो हम नहीं पढ़ पाएंगे. लेकिन आपके पास अगर English हो, so you will be able to read it. This is what he meant by this. So now today, see, I am not going to bore you with what is forensic anthropology. No. Why I am showing you, few slides, and then I will go to my actual topic. Now, what I am trying to show you is what is traditional forensic anthropology. सुबह से आपने देखा है that we try to reconstruct the ethnicity or the जिसको हम within quotes race बोलते हैं. आजकल हम लोग we don't use the word race, but ethnicity या ancestry देखोगे आजकल के लोग. So that is what ancestry होगा, sex होगा, age होगा. Doctor साहब ने इतना बढ़िया he has given you a whole description of how to find out age from teeth. So then stature, then the peculiarities, those things, these are all traditional. Means when a case comes, we adopt this method, we apply this, and we identify a particular case. But what I am trying to say that we will be taking this to a larger platform. That is what I am interested in. So forensic anthropology, this is just a repetition that we try to, biological profile is ethnicity or race, you may say, both sex, age, stature, assessment of trauma, and any anomaly. Because you know, assessment of trauma, जैसे सर ने बोला अभी कि trauma या anomaly होगा ना तब uniqueness होगा. Then only you can individualize the person that yes, he is he. Otherwise, sex is because they are always given in ranges. Except sex, but sex also we said 98%, 95%, 90%, 85%. So you know we can't say that this is 100% this. So everything here till now, here they are all, you know, a stature also population specific. So this is why we, from all this, we try to then sum up everything, and then if we have an individual, this then we can say that he is so and so. Now coming to ethnicity, why they are taking up first race? Why not sex? Why not this? क्योंकि आप भी जान रहे हैं कि if you go to south, you have seen Tamilian, you have seen Telugu, and if you compare it with say with your Punjab, and now you see the height is different, the structure, body structure is different. So you see that ethnicity is the first thing we must do. American, they are even females are 5'10", 5'11", isn't it? And for female, for us, we are here maybe 5'4", 5'5". So it varies. So आप अगर ethnicity ना जानेंगे तो हमको मतलब male can be classified as female in another sense. That is why our ethnicity is very needed. And another thing is sex also. Male और female में थोड़ा बहुत फर्क होता है, and it will vary from person from place to place. Then we have skull वगैरह आपको तो प्रोफेसर केवल कृष्ण ने दिखाया ही है. Just a repetition, a short repetition. That negroid, you can see there will be a थोड़ा बहुत negroid African को दिखा ही है, थोड़ा बहुत alveolar और naputum होता है. Then there are many differences. I will not go into that. Mongoloid थोड़ा broad faces. If you just see the northeast के लोगों को देखा होगा, they have broad face, broad this, and Caucasoid. They have some other features we will be discussing. Here you see, this is, if you draw a line, ये आपको prognatism नजर आ रहा है, whereas in negroid, whereas in Caucasoid, they are straight. Now और एक चीज देखिए, this is here. These are the cranial sutures. है ना? Cranial we have sutures in our head on our skull. और देखिए this suture Caucasoid और negroid में है, लेकिन आप किस laboratory में देखेंगे, you will see this type of suture we come across. This is very common in a characteristic feature of Asians, that is Mongoloid or Asian. यहाँ हमको ज़्यादा ये मिलेगा. That is complete. Then Dr. Gorea was talking to you about shovel-shaped teeth. That is a typical character of Mongoloid. That is a typical character of Mongoloid, that they have this type. अंदर से थोड़ा अंदर मतलब जिसको फावड़ा जैसा the shovel-shaped teeth. Sex determination, again you have learned enough since morning. Sex determination is again by visually देख के कर सकते हो और है metric मतलब measure करके इसके ऊपर होगा तो male है, इसके नीचे होगा तो female है. That is there. ये morphological है कि most important is subpubic angle, this subpubic concavity, ventral arc और skull से भी होता है. Skull also tells you softer and smaller features, female का mostly, because muscle is very much developed in male, but less developed genetically. It's not that female are weak, but yes, we can set aside the sports woman or sport this, but otherwise female they have at a lower scale. Age determination, sir has talked about a lot. I may not touch, but here we have, you see, these are the skull. बच्चों का skull है, देखने में जैसे लग रहा है कि you may get confused even if you see monkey skull. They also look like this. अभी actually the teeth have not erupted. That is why they look. And you see, you can determine the age. देख रहे हो antagonists which fuse at different times. So that also gives you the age. And also these ones, you see that after 30 erosion starts in our body, like red sac, pubic symphysis, they leave behind, imprint उससे भी tentative age निकल आता है, you can find out the age. Now about the stature. Stature, Professor Jasuja also, I think he has worked. Kewal, Dr. Kewal Krishan has worked also. Stature, remember, is population specific. तो आप खुद ही समझ रहे हो that it will vary from population to population. इसलिए ethnicity सबसे पहले निकालने की बात की थी. That's why I told you first find out about ethnicity. और ये भी lower limb contributes more to your stature than the upper. या छोटे नाक से कोई निकाल रहा है, कोई आंख से निकल रहा है, they don't contribute that much. You will get the regression model, whatever regression model you get will be will have SA, that is standard error of estimate, बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा. It will not give you a very good result. So these are the general, this is the traditional. Now we come to what is the role of anthropologists in humanitarian work. Abhi since you may say 2000 or it started in 1984. This humanitarian forensic. Can you tell me what do you mean by? Now we've jumped from forensic anthropology to we are talking about humanitarian, मतलब human rights वगैरह. Am I going to teach you or am I going to tell you about human rights? What do you understand? Have you ever heard of this? No? Or yes?
Yes.
Common these days. Yeah.
Thanks to NFS.
Yeah. इस मूड में कर दीजिए. Humanitarian forensic is when we apply the knowledge of forensic anthropology. For now, it's not a single case, please. It is where human rights violation has taken place, genocide, or even in mass disaster. Now he is the person, Clyde Snow. I will tell you a small story or the reality. How did it first come into existence? The Latin America, since 1940s to 1980 or 1990, the human rights violation, there was a lot of cases in most of the countries, human rights violation was rampant. It was very rampant. Most of them, they were taken over by military, and thereafter, obviously, there was subjugation, there was torture, and people disappearing without leaving behind any evidence or anything. So ultimately, if you talk about Argentina, it was the first EAAF Argentina ka hai. That is they have the Argentina and forensic anthropology team there. You know what happened in 1984? Argentina, after 8 years of the subjugation, they got finally they got the independence. When they got the independence, obviously by then 9,000 people they had disappeared, and there is absolutely no evidence where they are. घर से गए, they are lost, or they will truck आके उठा के लेके and they will never return. So family members still now they were obviously, you can very well understand, if a person dies in front of you, you know that the person is dead. But if somebody problem was because nobody knew how to analyze. तो क्या करना है, थोड़े से ऐसे they were digging और skull पूरा skeleton है तो skull एक जगह रख रहे हैं, bones एक जगह रख रहे हैं. So you can see the mess it created. Now you have to identify a person. एक जगह skull रखा और एक जगह bone रखा. How will you connect? And moreover, you have to talk about human rights. Means the perpetrator had to be punished. That was the reason that they were digging up. So what they, and when it was all over, so and there was no forensic anthropology who did not sort of exist. So and people did not know what to do after getting the skeleton. Also, they did not know what to do with the skeleton. How do I know that this is my father or this is my mother or this is my son or daughter? So what they ultimately, it was President Alphonse. He was the president, and he formed a commission of the National Commission of Disappearance of Persons, and then they asked American help, and that is when Professor Snow, Clive, he with his team was sent. When he came, he immediately stopped any kind of excavation, any kind of exhumation, because this was not the way that it is done. But you want, wherever you can very well understand, first the limitation. They are always, the team from outside comes and does it because the family members no longer has faith on law enforcement, on judiciary or forensic. They are the state employees. So they were also part of this. So they have lost all faith. Some of the families, 1 or 2% are left, the whole family is gone. So they are shocked, in a shock. So they don't want to accept any kind of advice, faith or anything. So when he came, and you see, though United Nations had appointed them or ordered them to go into investigation, but what happens if it is the state or the country which has to give, also cooperate and give them, okay, you do the work, we will help. But the country sometimes, because many of the military and everybody, they were part of this. So what happened that they, in that case, do not give them a large time. They do not give a long duration. They say complete that within say 20 days or 2 months or 1 month. So it becomes very difficult. And when Clive Snow came, he gave a call that we will start with it, we will train him, but then we have to go. So he followed it, and you won't believe, none of the citizens or none of the illiterate person came forward except for one was an archaeologist and another was a social anthropologist, socio-cultural anthropologist who came because they were not under government, and they came, they learned, and they formed. Thereafter, Clive Snow used to come from America within 5 years. He used to come again and again, made a team, and now the team, they have been nominated for Nobel Prize also. They have been worked in 50 countries, Central American country, Latin American country, Iraq, all the Asian and very many places, and they have done their job as a forensic anthropologist. Now you see the forensic anthropologist, ये जो एक infant subject था, इंडिया में तो forensic anthropologist का कोई रोल ही नहीं करता है. Bone भी आता है, so they also know it goes to the forensic medicine person, and he analyzes with his own this, and then I have devised number of measurements which are used all over by 14 countries. They are being used, my measurements. to go and work in the field. Moreover, remember the field is cordoned off, and you have to, like crime scene it is now, so you have to work in the presence of the human rights organization, the relatives of the people who have lost, the victim who have lost they are there because they have lot of expectation कि आज शायद मेरा वो निकल आए. And you can very well understand now this is a mass type of. They used to sometimes blindfold पीछे करके and then they just they will kill them and they will just drop dead. उसके ऊपर मिट्टी वो कर दिया, again they will come and so it is a sort of a mass burial. Sometimes it is a mass burial, sometimes it is in a single burial. So what happens now? You try to understand if we go to a different country, we are foreigners. Now we have been given, well, you have to finish within 30 days. You have to get the exhumation. You have to do the lab work also, identification and closure. So what you will do in that case? First thing is that you will start with the goal. Obviously, we'll talk about this. First, we will start with the preliminary investigation. Before going to the field, I will try this. The people will try to save time. Will देखे तो वहाँ where are the cemeteries or where have they been buried. So that is why what is the preliminary investigation is very important because you see that they have to talk to the victim's relative. Now victim relative से वो खबर लेने की कोशिश करेंगे कि how much, that what do you think that how he was killed. Not only this, newspaper का वो देखेंगे, then they will talk and then they will see if any official record is there, death certificate. They will try to gather as much information as possible, and obviously they will not be same. We will very well understand they will never be same because then they are state will give a different state of if they are perpetrators, they will say you would have migrated to a different country. So, but their victims, there are sometimes the eyewitness. Iraq, they gathered a Korean village. There, put the sun comes. Now they are the most they were targeted there. So that and petrol and oil refineries, they were located there. So that was they used to what they did, they surrounded them and separated the ladies and the children, old men and the men of the village, separated them and then they made them sit and they fired from top. So out of 33, 27 were found in the buried there, but 6 were missing. And how come 6 were missing? Because they were firing from top. So what happened that some of them यहाँ से निकल गया और किसी का pelvis में लग गया, but he was still was alive and he somehow ran and they are the eyewitness. Remember, in forensic we say that we should not come to know when we are trying to reconstruct. We should not come to know that what age the victim was of this. But here it is very necessary because there are thousands. तो इसलिए information हम लोगों को बहुत जरूरी है कि what was he wearing? Then if we have an eyewitness, because in Iraq it matched with the eyewitness version. क्योंकि जो entry of bullet था वो ऐसा था. So that means they were hitting from वो लोग बोले थे कि they were hitting from top. So entry वैसा था. And even for children and the ladies, what they did, काफी दिन थोड़ा दिन जेल में रखे, फिर उसके बाद ऐसा ठंड में, how cold is there, desert में जाके उन्होंने छोड़ दिया without food. That you will, and then they said, where, how do we eat at this? Well, you have been brought here to die, and that is, and from somewhere, birds जो थे और दूसरे छुप छुप के Those evidence are also there because when it was excavated, then it was found that the children, they died of starvation because from the bone analysis they died of starvation. So that is what preliminary investigation is very important for this. Then this is where we can see that they are the two founder member, and he is Dr. Fontenberg. He was the one who had invited me, and I was trained by you and these in Bangkok on this particular this humanitarian policy. So you see, they are talking to the relatives before going to the field. क्योंकि field में जाएंगे तो clock start हो जाएगा कि photo details हैं. So they were trying to collect as much information as possible. Then antemortem data, अभी जो डॉक्टर साहब ने बोला जैसे दांत का या फ्रैक्चर या कुछ भी हो, फिर कपड़े क्या पहने थे. हाँ, लेकिन एक प्रॉब्लम है, ये बता सकते हो कि कपड़े क्या पहने थे is fine. But when one is buried underground and covered by soil, कपड़े का जब निकलता है तो it is very different and it comes out in pieces and it is not of the same color of this. But still, if we are trying to get as much as possible. So if we still can find, तो कपड़े का भी कुछ भी, what was he wearing, what type of shoe he was wearing, all this then location of the grave, क्योंकि सब जगह तो खोद के कहीं देते और फिर और एक होता है कि जो भी खबर मिलता है कि the team is coming, wherever they would have buried, वहाँ से उठा के फिर वो और जगह कर देते हैं. Now wherever they bury first, that becomes a primary grave, and wherever they take to becomes the secondary grave. And can you tell me that what massive primary secondary बोल रही हूँ, and how is it going to matter primary हो या secondary हो? जहाँ उन्होंने पहले गाड़ा मार के, अगर किल साइड भी हुआ मार के वहाँ गाड़ा and thereafter they take to a different place, then how does it make a difference? Just imagine if somebody is there in the grave. Now he is being जैसा था, at least you can see that he is in a lying posture or rest. And when one collects it, they are not forensic anthropologists, they are the perpetrators. They are just collecting it and they are moving, so सब कुछ mix हो गया. अगर 10-12 हो so everything gets mixed up. So that is why primary, secondary matters a lot. Then a different version, that is what I told you about, different version, possibility of cause and manner of death. Cause and manner of death के बारे में तो आपको बोला ही है कि if it is coming from top, then you have this. So then you have the burial site, single or multiple primary. Then sometimes you get evidence of bullets. अब बुलेट जो यूज आर्मी करता है वो अलग है, पुलिस जो करता है अलग है, और लोकल लोग जो करेगा वो अलग है ना? So those are the evidences that if it is like hit by a bullet this, so one can identify. या कभी-कभी न्यूज़पेपर में वो करके secondary list में ले आए न्यूज़पेपर, तो आपका probably the date of death also पता चल जाता है. So these photo and सबसे बड़ी बात है that here you see this is how it is done. This is how it is done. That ये नहीं कि फावड़ा मारना या वो करना. One has to go with brush. वो जब भी आपको दिखे कि लग रहा है the bones are there, just stop using any kind of metal instrument. Okay, or brush leke you can very well understand how much patience you need. Brush leke धीरे करके इसको करना. And remember, पहले जो था वीडियोग्राफी करो, फिर एक लेयर हटाया, फिर वीडियोग्राफी फोटो, because they will ultimately go to the court. और एक बार लेयर हट गए, तो that means you have lost it. So this is not that you can again do it. So this is how, and you can see that and then photography also with scale, proper scale, and you can see that this is a multiple this. You can see that children and even adults are पूरा dump कर दिया गया है. Now here you see the ammunition या bullet. ये देखो यहाँ गले में फांसी लगाया. Even I was in New Orleans when the Iraq का उन्होंने दिखाया था, Americans were showing. वहाँ वो पूरा there are also पूरा blindfold पीछे वो सब कुछ and what they did एक मारा desert में ले जाके किया and फिर बालू से उसको sand से उसको ढक दिया again same side. So you have layers and layers and you have to be very careful कि एक का bone दूसरे में ना चला जाए. So you can very well understand how difficult it is to do this. And photography देखिए, you have to take a vertical photo from top so that you get a proper dimension of this. So it's not कि एक तरफ से ज़्यादा लेते हैं, सामने का तो बड़ा आएगा, पीछे का छोटा आएगा. So one has to do the photography like this. Then another person is there who is continuously making writing that what all was found at what time and what was this. And sometimes there is another problem. जो country doesn't like that such investigation should be carried out. UN ने तो order दे दिया, but then they do not say no on their face, but then they do not want that. So mostly if it is UN peacekeeping force, वो सहारा देते हैं, they look after the security. But there are countries like Democratic Republic of Congo, though peacekeeping था, but they said we will not allow. So what happens that you can't do all the excavation, everything at once on one day. So once you leave, anybody can come and anybody can remove. So what they say, that is another problem. And so every time one has to video record, and also they sometimes say कि हाँ यहाँ एक cemetery है, यहाँ burial है, करके they shift it to the second. Once they know that that means they have found this burial, they try to remove. So they say that please एक पतला सा सीमेंट का लेयर उसके ऊपर पूरा चढ़ा दीजिए. It is very it is महंगा भी नहीं है, it is very cheap, and anybody interfering will immediately they will find out. So that is security of the site is equally important. And this man, because you see you have to make every note, and these notes are very important because ultimately if it is taken to the international court, so one has small there is a mistake, they will not accept the evidence in any court. That is, if there is a loophole, they will not accept. This is the type of recording or diagram they have to do. That is, they divide and every quadrant what all was found. Now that is how it is done. The form, this is how is excavated, and this is the photography. They do the photography. Apart from the photography, you have to make diagrams. Then coding of every part of the board. एक को coding दिया 1 है तो उसका half का 1A 1B so that everything can be connected, because later you see this is how the evidence is sent, and also one has to maintain the sequence of the evidence. They have to maintain the sequence of evidence, who did the work, to whom it was given, and if anything is missed, gone. If gone is a small mistake will weaken your case in the court. The laboratory work, ये तो पहले ही दिखा दिया. These are the bones they get. आप देखते ही पता चल रहा है that these are, you get a mixture of bone. First question, are they human? Then how many individuals are there? These are real cases. This is that this type of pura ya jala diya hai. This is the type of bone, and now you have to sort out and find to whom one it goes to. Washing, bone cleaning, reconstruction. the exit wound is shown here, and there were small pieces. This is how it has been reconstructed and bulletproof है. So you know the work or the objective of the team, that is the human rights team or humanitarian team, is not to go and because 9,000 people you can't go and dig up everywhere in 20 days also. So they try to collect evidence that there has been a violation of human rights. Moreover, that what all was used, these are the evidence. Even one or two or few graves they dig up, that will do there. And as I was telling you, you can see that the bones are there. With that, the clothes are there. But clothes, sometimes, as I told you, in case of this one country, they used to males, they used to remove the clothes, and in nude they would torture and they would kill, and after killing somebody else's clothes, and they were also clothes is a corroborative. It is not, you can't depend on that. In Argentina itself it was done. And this is the last is, I don't know what. Anyway, then last is the closure, that ultimately once relatives are handed over to the people, to the parents, to the victim's relative, and they can, and sometimes even there are objections. There are objections in from some organization or some minority. Like in Indonesia, when they went, they wanted permission from the relatives. They talked to them, they said, no, we will not let our, though it was torture by this, they said, no, we will not let, as per our religion, we cannot disturb the dead. We cannot disturb the dead. So they said, what do we do? Then they talked to the religious leaders, and then the religious leaders, they said that, okay, if it is for a good purpose, if you are able to catch hold of the perpetrator and punish them, then I will convince. That is why that information before they embark into something, that is very much needed, because convincing, and the people, the relatives of the victim, who are in limbo. If you see number of video are there, this El Salvador, they are saying that the day 5 years ago or 10 years ago my whole family was killed. Since then I am sort of a zombie. I cannot think, I cannot do. Whatever you do, whatever you think, you use your brain. I can say that my son was wearing this. So you can say that this is a healing touch. एक मलहम जिसको बोलते हैं वो लगाना, और एक जो इनके साइकोलॉजी इतने दिन पागलों की तरह था, that is what the forensic anthropologists, when we take them out of the lab to the world, now this is what we do. So in short, I tell everything, but if you have any queries, you're most welcome to ask.
Question from the audience side? Thank you so much, ma'am, for this insightful session. I would like to call Dr. Gorea and Dr. Jaspuja to hand over the bouquet and the memento to Dr. Ruma. Now we move on to our much awaited poster presentation session. I request everyone to be present at the poster presentation area and all the presentees to be present near to their posters on the allotted desk.
हमारी पोस्टर कंपटीशन आ जाओ, रिजल्ट आ गया आपके पास?
पूरा भी होना चाहिए, टॉपिक ही नहीं या फिर एक ग्रुप फोटो हो जूगा थल्ले हैं?
Once the event is over, we will have a group photo of here, right? We don't need a side.
So after the judgment of all the posters, there were many posters which were very good, but we have the criteria to judge every poster. So some of them has to be spared off because of the laggings which need to be fulfilled. After all the discussions, we are here with the results. So on the third position, we have the poster number 3 presented by Manvi from MIT University, Haryana. I would like to call Dr. Jasuja, Dr. Ruma and Dr. Gorea over the stage to hand over the prizes. On the second position, we have poster number 10 by Yash and Mridul from Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. And in last, on first position, we have poster number 2 by Purvi from MIT University, Haryana. Congratulations to all the winners. Now for the distribution of certificates, I would like to call the university name, and all the participants from that respective university has to come on the stage to gather their certificates. I would like to call Dr. Ruma, Dr. Gorea and Dr. Jasuja to hand over the certificates to the participants. Firstly, I would like to call all the students of Jaipur National University to be on the stage and gather their certificates.
I hope next time posters you will prepare very nicely, but I thank you very much for making the effort and coming all over. आज एक कुछ इधर आ जाइए, कुछ उधर आ जाइए। ठीक है, रोबिन। हाँ। इकट्ठे हैं, एक लड़की एक लड़का आ जाए और मेल में, और यदि कोई स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक वगैरह हो तो हमें बता देंगे, उसके बाद करेक्ट करके भेज देंगे आप, ठीक है? प्लीज। देखो सर, आप आगे जाओ, आप इधर हो ना, आगे देखो सर, यस सर।
Next, all the participants from Bundelkhand University. Participants from Bundelkhand University.
Keep that one boy.
Next, Narayan Shastri Institute of Technology, please be ready.
फोटो तो साथ में लो भाई।
The participants from Dolphins College. The participants from Mandsaur University. The participants from Vivekananda Global University.
Vivekananda. Vivekananda.
This is Mandasar's. No one is there. PGU चाहिए.
Vivekananda.
Only one. Okay. कितने हैं वैसे?
ये किसके थे? Last PGU के लिए ना मैंने. नहीं MIT.
Next, the participants from MIT University.
अभी last PGU.
Next, the participants from Nehru Group of Institute. The participants from Parul University, please be ready next.
Okay, money, very good. You are comfortable here? No problem. Stay and food. Up here, please. आ जाइए, इधर आइए. Yes, please. Okay. Thank you.
The participants from Parul University. Participants from Bahara University.
Bahara.
Bahara वाले.
हाँ इसी.
Students from Chandigarh University. The participants.
Better. Earlier it was not. When you say better, then it's considered. Okay. And Priya? 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 Okay.
I would like to call Dr. Pal Singh.
लिमिट का भी
अच्छा आप देहरादून से हाँ be in touch. We will be working together.
Mr. Rishabh Jasta. Mr. Jinesh Shivaji. All the participants from RAMG University along with the faculty members, please be on the stage.
हाँ उधर देख के इधर मत मारना कैमरा हाँ इधर देखिए सारे
चलो बोर्ड ऑफ थैंक्स के 2 मिनट लाने नहीं साहब ने 2 मिनट
I would like to call Dr. Gurleen Kaur, Assistant Professor of RIMT University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
साइलेंट
A very warm and respectful good afternoon to one and all present here. As we come to the conclusion of this remarkable National Forensic Anthropology Conclave, it is my privilege and honor to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to making this event a grand success. First of all, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to our esteemed dignitaries whose presence has graced this occasion and added immense value to the conclave. We are also grateful to the JKTA Research Center for Advanced Security Reforms for their continuous support and contribution to this event. A special thanks to our Head of the Department, Dr. O.P. D'Souza sir, and respected faculty members for their unwavering support. A sincere thanks to RAMT management team and IT team who put continuous effort to make this event success. To all the participants who joined online and offline, we truly appreciate your time and enthusiasm to this conclave. Once again, thank you so much to each and everyone who contributed in organizing this event.
स्टैंड
जनगण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much everyone for making this event a grand success.
For group photo.
I would like to call everyone on the stage for a group photo.
Downstairs, please. Thank you very much once again.